ESEA, Argo. GRNQ. TIGR. LJPC. TZA, SRTY. SPCB. OSPN.
Hey, good morning,
USIO.
everyone.
MRSN. PLIN. Ovid. Fly. TRPX. Kala. LXFR. DKNG AGME ESEA ZOM EEX TIGR SFET TRIB HTZ OOMA BNED ANVS SWCH NLOK LJPC Tuesday. MRSN PLAB ARCT WPRT HTZ IMBI TRPX ZOM OMP GNC SFET ZSAN PRTY. AGRX. ANVS. Argo. ESEA. BBDC. PLAB. HTZ. GRNQ. TRPX. SEAC. SFET. LJPC. Tuesday. OSMT. STFC. METC. VAPO. OMP. RPAY. TRPX. IMBI. SMRT. GH. ASPS. GRNQ. PRTY. Atom. Ang. PD. HTZ. CNET. SMRT. GAN. PD. GRNQ. IRWD. SFET. HTZ. CNET. PIOB. Argo. AVEO. HTZ. VTA. SMRT. SFET. PRTY. Grin. HTZ. CPIX.
Good morning, everyone.
BLBD.
What are you guys trading? So I'm bag holding Shopify, so I gotta add on to that one. Hopefully it doesn't tank over here. I think you know what? If it holds 710, I'm okay with adding.
Did you just take a position?
No, yesterday. I took it overnight.
Ouch. 700 is supposed to be the fair value from what I've been researching.
Oh, not even close. Shopify is way overvalued.
Or sorry, not fair value. The average PT is fair value is probably somewhere around like 300, 400.
The company has a market cap of 100 billion, and they have 2 billion in sales.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Morning, Johnny.
Hey, what's up, TJ?
Morning, Johnny.
Just the usual.
Oh, nice. Yes.
Yes, shorted it overnight, so I'm still holding on to that position. Shopify had to add on to it, so let's see if it works.
SMRT.
What are you trading, Johnny?
Nothing. I just did one short on AMD so far.
HTZ.
Trying to find a bottom on tech.
Man, SPY's melting.
Tuesday. ZSAN. ESEA.
So I'm watching EEM. I shorted this one, barely up, but you know what? It's way better than a loss. So thinking of covering it if it holds that 27 mark. Sorry, 37 mark.
FRSX.
Thanks for the heads up, TJ.
Tuesday.
And I think I'm gonna cover my gold short today. I think it's a good time.
You're covering gold and selling off EM. Are you expecting like a big market reversal?
No, I had puts on gold, just like I had GLD, right? So just to hedge it out because I thought gold was pretty high. So instead of getting rid of my position because my average is good, I just decided to get some puts.
Same thing with EM.
Oh, that I was shorting it from Friday, added on yesterday, and then today it looks still weak. So, um, but barely like profitable. So want to just like get rid of it. Try it again later.
I think there's more news from Trump today on China, wasn't there?
TRPX.
You can see EM going down more.
Yeah, I want to see that 37 break. So let's see.
CNET.
There's a head and shoulders on the 1 minute for SPY.
Thanks for the alert, Jay-Z. How's the morning going so far?
Pretty decent. Not bad, not good. How about you?
Pretty decent. I just took that one short on AMD. That's about it.
Solid. Yeah, that's your ticker right there, AMD.
Jay-Z, what's your favorite ticker? So I was saying it's Boeing.
Yeah, lately it's been between Boeing and Roku, I think. They've just been pretty.
I would guess Roku.
What's up?
I said I would have guessed Roku.
Yeah, it's one or the other. They're pretty even.
You guys remember TUP?
Yeah.
Tupperware. Holy crap.
Man, Boeing's melting. Yeah, day trader 296 is that
ICLK,
inflection
Tuesday.
point we've mentioned. Good target, nice.
HTZ.
Hopefully the selling pressure increases.
Yeah, SPY's tanking. All right, I'll wait a little bit longer.
ARCT. Grin. CTRCSEA.
Guys, take a look at pizza, PZZA. I'm thinking long. Oh, actually no, short under 76.
Check out TTWO real quick. 1 minute RSI. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I hope that
PFSW.
continues. That's also a swing trade, but luckily that one's up.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get that break long.
On Tesla, we got a double bottom. I want to see if we can hold 800. If we do, long over 800.
Yeah, look for the 795. I guess pullbacks. It has nice support from 800 to 790. So the key levels
IMMP.
would be the 790, 795. But I found that anytime it cracks 800, they start pulling orders. So be careful on the long side if it goes under 800.
Wow, take a look at mRNA. It's just tanking here. Anyone shorting mRNA? I took the Tesla long. Just let's see how it goes.
TLT on a run. Alert by Jizzle My Nizzle Puff. Cool name. Jay-Z, I like the support at 115 more than 120. Like, I don't really like the support at 120 on Jay-Z. It had a bigger resistance level every time. I found that, like, if it cracks, look for the 118 to, like, at least test. And if it breaks the 118, target 115.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good alert, though, on the 120. And you're welcome.
Oh man, if SPY breaks this support level, we can go down pretty hard. Like it's got to bounce like right around here.
ESEA.
Man, what a melt on the markets. That's beautiful. I'm gonna cover some of my ES short here.
WCLD. Tuesday.
There we go. I think I did good on ES.
Yo, thank you for that call, Johnny. That was perfect. That was $1 up.
Nice, well done.
Ovid. EIGI. ARCT. CNSL, ESEA, HTZ, AXLA.
All right, there we go. Another crack on ES. This one, the RSI didn't really adjust that much, so gonna look to cover and maybe reverse on ES.
CTRC, ARCT,
So I'm gonna give it a second. If we don't crack down over here, I'll consider reversing ES.
FUTU,
Okay, I do have to cover some over here. It is another support level. 2965 is possible. Man, we just wiped out all the gains. That's crazy.
Yeah, maybe think about that 300.60 level on SPY. Think about the long over of that. Like I see the like it's just a lot of resistance, man. I'd be careful
AVEO,
reversing. Maybe look at TVIX or something for like a short instead.
It's way easier on ES.
All right.
AVEO.
I hope that's the bottom. If it doesn't hold, I'll just like reverse it.
Tuesday,
I want to see a, nice move back up, probably around like that 2960. If 2960 rejects, I can see it coming back down.
OCFT, CTRC,
Okay, for AMD guys, look for 4830. 4830 and 4850 are huge support. Under that,
ESCA,
I just have a support level every dollar to on the 30 cents. So 47.30, 46.30, 45.30, 45. But yeah, 48.50 is huge for AMD.
REN. OTLK. EIGI. ADAP.
There we go, ES.
In.
Alright guys, so consider taking some off over here. 2960, 92. I think it's like
IMMT.
2979 is what I'm targeting. So as soon as it gets around there, I'm gonna start scaling some, then setting a hard stop and just forgetting about it. By the way, I remember yesterday someone took VIX calls, VXX calls. So whoever did, good job, buddy. Not a bad time to get some.
Oh yeah, TJ, did you check the earnings for today?
No, who's reporting?
Oh, I posted them in United Trades. There's a bunch. BMO, Royal, I think Royal Bank. There's a few. Ralph Lauren, uh, Euroseas Limited, which I think is owned by George Economo. Then you have Workday, After Hours, NTNX, NTAP, Box. There's a few.
EIGI.
All right, so it took some half on ES, and now we're good. Now all we gotta do is see if this can hold. If we get like a double bottom, I'm probably gonna just add on to it. We could play both trades here. Like we can go short on the way back down. Now the reason why I think it's probably going to go up more is when we tanked at around 11 o'clock, there's some strong volume that supported this move up, especially on NQ, because NQ really came down heavier.
TBIO. Tuesday.
Guys, last week I mentioned I sold some ZM calls. So thinking of scaling out some around here and yeah, holding on to the rest.
HTZ. Adil. SFET. GDYN. HTZ. CYAD. IMMP.
What do you guys think about a reversal here on ES?
Golf.
That's what it looks like on 1 minute RSI.
Let's see if we can regain some support over here, and if we test that high, the 2983s, let's see if we can maintain. Coming down really hard, so
Marps.
still in the long side.
PLAB.
I think I'm gonna stick to the long side. I mean, take a look at that volume that came in after that dip. You know, we absorbed all of those selling volumes, so let's see if we can maintain. Plus, I mean, take a look at SPY. That's a huge retracement. If we can get a nice retracement back up, I would have liked a 2965 test.
HTZ. OTLK. TRPX.
Johnny, you're on voice chat?
Yep.
What are you trading?
Nothing, man. I'm just chilling. Just watching SPY, AMD, SMH. I'm thinking like 298.50, 298.60 is a pretty good level for SPY as well. So I think maybe we should stick to long over 298.50, short under, and then target like 296 if selling pressure increases at that level. If it decreases and buyers step up and they don't consolidate and they just push up, then I think we should target that 299.60 you mentioned yesterday. Or yesterday, or I can't remember. I think it was yesterday.
All right, I took half off on ZM. Jay-Z, you're short on ZM? I mean, sorry, TTWO?
Not my swing position. Just a day trade for scalp.
Jeff, I agree with what you're saying, but
CTRC.
only over 50. Unless it's over 50, I wouldn't try the long to hold. Day trade, it's fine, but like a swing, I would wait until it breaks 50 again.
For which one?
AMD. Solsla, I'm talking about breaking back over 50.
I think AMD is an easy buy. But, I'm holding it from 43, so I really think it's like a really decent price. Damn, missed that 49. If you want an easier play, you can, try. You can do a nice spread on this. That would have been nice, but yeah, you want to see a pullback first. ES is looking a little bit weaker, so I'm going to take a little bit more off on ES and just hold on to 50% of my position. Should be reversing it here.
OTLK.
Damn, take a look at ZM, guys.
RNWK. Sent. GRNQ. CTRC. golf,
Got 100 EMA here on SPY.
cent,
Since we're so close to VWAP, consider taking some more off, guys. And well, it's up to you guys. I mean, you guys can hold on for a little bit more. But man, we got that bottom. That was amazing. All we needed. When you really look at it, guys, that was 1% gain. That's crazy on the market.
It's even here, by the way, on daily gain, 0%. I think we should look for the move up. Keep looking for the 298.50 held pretty strong, and we have VWAP just above. So yeah, good idea.
Yeah, NQ looks like it wants to come down too. So I'm thinking reversal.
TJ, check out that RSI adjustment on SPY when you have a sec.
I went on the short side. Not sure if it's going to work, but let's see.
Yeah, let's look for the move up. It looks pretty good here. They're holding the trend as well. Like this can come all the way down to 298.70 and still be fine. They've used a lot of volume up here, so I think we should just keep looking for the move up on this RSI adjustment too. Say like let's give it a couple million volume here. See if they can reach VWAP. At least 300 though.
Tuesday,
I don't know, Johnny. Tape's looking a little bit weak.
Take a look. See, I like when it goes up on red though. You know, like I see a lot more red on my tape, but price moving up, which is pretty good. Just showing accumulation, like they're driving the bid. But that 100 EMA is showing nice resistance as well as that 20 on the larger. So we got what, almost 10 minutes of consolidation here below the 100 EMA. Still holding the trend though. Bands are pretty tight as well.
ESEA,
I think we go up, but let's see if they pull anything. If they pull the bids down to 298.70 and selling pressure increases, then like let's look for the small pullback and then short side
GRNQ.
down to 298. Otherwise, I like this up, man. It's unfortunate that buyers aren't stepping up really though. Like,
I'll stop out at 29.90s if it goes there.
Oh, you reversed again?
Yeah, I'm short.
Oh. You got a MACD bearish cross here on a 1 minute.
Today's good for me on ES. I held from 30.15 last night and then reverse it at 29.69. So yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah, this is a pretty critical point because it's the even. Oh, there's the knife. It's knife.
Boom! There you go. You're welcome, boys.
There, guys. Okay, TJ. Oh,
Welcome.
they rejected that 100 man tanked. But like
There
I said,
you
they're
go. Wow,
you like
that's
how
all
they
I
let
need,
everything
guys.
go,
That
man?
was amazing.
Yo, you like how they just let everything go? Like, yeah, they could pull this down to like 290. Boom.
My tape
Holy-
reading. There we go. And honestly, I covered most of it now. Like when you get a move like that, just take it. That was gorgeous. That's all we needed. Don't even know what I got filled at, but that was a perfect.
Take any partial?
I took everything off. I'm out. Maybe I should have went long, but you know, that was okay. Look to do another
BNRX.
reshort, but yeah, guys, when I saw that tape, I know that move.
What'd you see? Because I didn't see any. Like I saw a lot of larger orders go through, but nothing over 2,000 shares.
Yeah, because you're not watching ES.
Oh, right. Oh, guys, 298.50 showed resistance. That should be the level. But I wouldn't be getting into anything here, guys. It's way too volatile. like let the volatility slow down a bit. I had mentioned 40 million. Like I had said, I want to see this break $300 by about 40 million or so. Like it was at 38 million on total volume, and yeah, you could see that as they didn't get there, it just tanked.
That was amazing.
FLXN. PLAB.
What a fat finger, huh? I wonder how many people got liquidated on that drop.
Bro, everyone's stops got triggered. Any technical trader, at least, and that was perfect. You know, these are one of those plays you really have to watch on demand to really realize how it happened. And that was gorgeous. Now I need an entry, but I think I'm good today. Holy,
I think you should just chill, man.
that's all I need.
Chill, like you just killed it. You went short, you went long, you went short again, and you just caught like the knife of the century. I don't even remember the last time I saw a knife like that, man. Like
Oh no, we did better.
one candlestick like that.
Yeah, mock reports. We did it way better.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying intraday, man.
GRNQ.
You know what I mean, man. Just like random time, 11:40. Oh, did you guys see? There's all this news coming out right now. Uh, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo reported to Congress that Hong Kong is no longer autonomous from China.
And guys, you know, if you followed my trades last night, I mean, I'm gonna count that one too. Last night I alerted the short at 30.15.
Sent.
Held it overnight, got a little bit squeezed, but you know, it was overnight. Then this tank all the way down, reversed it right at 29.69, and then reversed it again at the top. That was amazing. All in, like in total, that's $77 per share. 77, guys. That is crazy.
Hearn.
I am done. That's it.
Hey, TJ, check.
Hello, boys and girls.
And my heart's still pounding. I love these days.
No, nice
These
job.
are the best. Man, guys, I'm still shaking. That's amazing.
Seems like I missed something. Did you go long when it dipped?
No, he was short, and then a knife.
Hmm.
GRNQ.
Other than that knife, has anything
DZSI.
exciting happened over the last
Yes,
few days?
we just got the best trade on
PRTY.
ES. 77 points in total for me. Shorted at the 315s, covered at like the two 29.69s, and then I took the short right before that SPY melt.
Damn. Yeah, that is pretty good.
I could have taken that long again too, but man, like that emotion was just way too much. I'm still emotional, so I was like, I didn't even want to take another trade and risk.
Well done, man. Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm thinking about another short, but I can't do it. Way too emotional.
Yeah, and I'm way too biased to give you any advice, so.
Right? Normally I'd short it like right here. Just yeah, I'm still shaking, so I'm gonna wait.
Break out some whiskey.
Didn't you stop daytime drinking?
I did. I actually thought about that too, but I don't know.
TGI.
Calm the nerves a little, you know.
Oh. Yeah, but it starts with one, right? And then it's a slippery slope.
Right? No, but I have a rule when it comes to drinking. I never drink when I'm sad. Like never drink when you have any negative emotions ever. Only drink when it's positive. That kind of helps because I've seen a lot of guys slip, and you know what hurts more than slipping? Finding your way back. That is difficult. So for me, that's one of my biggest rules.
Good rule to have, man.
Thank you. Guys, you can make this money too. It's hard, but it just
It's your
takes time.
house. Sorry.
Hey, I did that too. I'm not even gonna lie. When I had Apple, um, I used 4 times leverage on Apple, and it was literally eat up money from my line of credit because it makes sense. I had to pay like 3.5%, and then, Apple was making consistently over 7% returns. So I was like, all right, this is no brainer.
That was a pre-split, right? So we're talking
Yeah.
10 years ago. Yeah. Hell, even dividends might have made up for the interest.
Honestly, Apple was easy. Like, I'm not gonna advise you guys to do it, but if you have an account, and this is why I tell you guys to, like, please invest. You guys are missing out on so much money. You can, eat premium without, well, too much fear. And more importantly, you get divvy. You don't get taxed on it, which is a huge advantage. You guys don't realize, if you get taxed, you know how much money you lose every single year? It is ridiculous. Here, let me actually, yeah, I'll find it later. But there's that. And also, if you have large cap stocks, you can actually use leverage. Let's say you're up. Let's say you have a 50K account. Oh, by the way, guys, let's say you have a 50K account. From that 50K account, if you were to, let's say, make like 25K on top, take that 50, use that. Honestly, just margin it, and then keep keep that 25 just in case. But honestly, you can leverage your money really good on a bull market, of course. Like, obviously, you're not going to do it now. You want to wait till VIX is like under, I'd say, like 20, 22. Soon as it starts going above 20s, there's fear in the marketplace. You want to start scaling out of the portion that's in margin, and you just continue. It's just free money.
Free money.
It is. At 9% a year.
Yeah. But other than that, completely free. Wait, who is charging 9%? Because Trade Zero is charging 8.
Before, for me, I believe it was 9%.
Damn. Maybe they screwed you because you're from Canada.
See, Trade Zero, they never reported to the CRA in Canada, so I never claimed for the first, I think it was like 6 years.
Hmm.
I had to pay a hefty fee afterwards, but it's okay. The fee was like, it was justifiable. Returns were way bigger, and it just made no sense in the beginning to pay stupid fees. And it's not tax evasion unless you don't claim it after a certain amount. Oh, sorry, certain amount of time. I believe it's 9 years or 7 years, one of the two.
Holy hell, IB has incredible rates. What's the max leverage you can take on IB?
6x, I think, right? Or 5? Damn, Tony. Now I'm leaning towards IB.
Yeah, if you go for low volatility, and you want to up the leverage, yeah.
And guys, you have to go for low volatility, so stuff like Amazon, fine. Stuff like Apple, sure. Tesla, hell no. Don't ever do it. You're just gonna die. Commit suicide or something. ZM, no. AMD, even AMD is a no for me. Like, it has to be a higher, cap stock, huge float. A float where, if the market goes down 7%, that stock should literally go down like max 5. Honestly, in the tech sector, I'd be careful
SFET.
too. Like, I'd go for like really good, like Divi yields right now is amazing. There's some trades you can take where the dividend yield will be way more profitable than, capital appreciation on most of the other sectors.
Does
Shop,
Nokia
no.
still do divvy?
Sorry?
Does Nokia still do divvy?
I thought they removed it. Bro, I miss Nokia. I can't believe it. I got so scared to buy it as soon as it tanked, and I was like, oh, maybe I'll just wait. And then, boom, it just.
I think one of the countries in Europe recently announced that within 2 years, every single part of telecom infrastructure should be moved away from Huawei.
I know.
You only have Siemens and Nokia left as.
Nokia had the second largest patents in the world.
Yeah.
So they're
Daku.
getting everything. So yeah, I know. I messed up on that play, man. I wish like all that research went to nothing. That sucks. I hate when I do that.
FPAY.
You see WIX, by the way? Take a look at WIX.
But the Nokia chart is very unforgiving to begin with. Like if you look at that, holy shit, the gaps. Absolutely.
Yeah. But I should have just kept like adding. I mean, fuck. I was down on TUP for a while.
No, that's a chart. What does Wix do?
Online website platform.
Yeah.
I mean, in hindsight, obviously, it looks like it's the easiest trade ever.
Yeah, there's like this W breaks out, pulls back. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a W bag holder. I added today. Hopefully it holds this area. But now I have way too much size in W.
In W? Let's see.
Yeah.
Hi, TJ. Morning. You said you did some research on Nokia. Can you detail a little bit more on that? What were you looking for?
Second largest
Sent.
patents. Oh, by the way, I did this research a while back. So, do we even have a channel?
I can pull up the chart and tell you when you did the research. Holy fuck, it's not even on the 1 year chart.
No, it isn't. We did the research on this long time ago, and
Yeah,
then they came out with that stupid capex.
We're talking November last year.
Yep.
Well, you got in, I think, around the 350s, right? And then you wrote it to 450. I mean, not too shabby still.
Yeah, but look at the dip right now.
Yeah.
It's NOK, right?
Yeah.
Ticker.
No, Nokia is an OK. An OK. Yep.
So have the second largest 5G patents, right? So the 3 to 5 year potential on this stock was amazing. Now the thing is, they had one earnings, and I barely like got out of that one alive. So because of that, I was like, okay, putting it on the back burner. And then I bought this stock at like, I think it was like $3 again. It was like, no, just under $3. And I had to scalp out of it because it obviously tanked. I bought it let me take a look here. March 24th.
Okay.
Just bad, like really bad follow through. Thing is, like, the market was tanking. I didn't want to hold a stock that just released that they're gonna have a major capex going through, but
GRNQ.
like the valuation was just way more stronger there. Should have been like Michael Burry. But it's easy to say than do, right? Like if I had that losing position, it's not always easy, especially something like Nokia, because I had a huge position in that one. If it goes
Mostly about
against me,
opportunity cost as well, right?
exactly.
Yeah. So if you're like a Michael Burry, where you're just like sitting on your hands because all you need is this one payoff to make it all worth it, then yeah, maybe sit on it for 3 years. But
Because I have a friend that can do that. I just can't. You know, one of my friends, he trades. He's an option writer, but to be honest, like, you know, most of the time he doesn't make money. It's usually break even or small gains, but it's that one good trade that's really good. Rest of the time, like his winning percentage is like 40%.
wait, as a writer,
Yeah.
what is he doing?
Oh, his stops are really tight. The dude does not
Okay.
take any risk.
That explains it then. Yeah. Yeah, if you write 42 days out, then usually you should be somewhat decent. Man, every single time I pull up the Datadog chart, I'm like, fucking hell, how did I miss this move? We were talking about it.
Yeah, I have it.
Yeah, I know.
NK.
I don't know why. Oh, you saw ZVO? At least I got that one.
Yeah.
I only have 3,000 shares left on DDOG.
Mm-hmm. What is ESDC moved up with Amazon as expected. Yeah.
That Datadog was good. It was a good move.
Yeah.
They had a good move.
Datadog, fundamentally speaking, very easy play. Like if the company is doing, I believe, quite well for themselves, and if you talk to people within the industry, they absolutely love the product in general. So no problem.
Fiverr, you know, I mentioned this one a long time ago. We traded this from IPO.
Wait, what? Fiverr?
Yeah, FVRR.
Is that the thing where you can just hire random people on the
Yep.
internet? Okay. Well, why is this so successful? Jesus.
Andy, you know, like I don't feel comfortable bringing those kind of stocks up because, you know, I have it at 33. To tell you guys to like buy a pullback on it, that's just not fair. And what if it comes down? You know, I don't want to be gloating, oh yeah, I made money, and then you guys are down. There's always more trades. You know, right now we worked on FEYE. Before that, it was TUP. You know, we had SIG. So there's a lot of value that I can find where the market misses out on. We're kind of early onto it, but you just got to hold on to it. You know, like the shit doesn't happen overnight. Valuations take time for people to see and people to add. You know, funds don't just buy everything in one day. They have to allocate their money accordingly. And when they do sector rotations, they look for those, you know, needles in a haystack that'll give them better odds. And it just takes some time. For me, you know, my experience in M&A, experience working in portfolio management, that's helped me a lot to like kind of identify those really good beaten down stocks on valuations, but also look for that
BRKL.
growth aspect. So for me, I'm looking for turnaround companies where yes, their growth just diminished, but according to my model, we do see a slight bottoming or like we're close to the bottom. You know, and that's usually how I trade. You know, TWOU, same thing. I didn't hold much through the earnings. I had 500 shares, but I made a mistake of, you know, like there's a couple guys that held through the earnings, and I felt bad. I was like, I told everyone that I was getting out of it, but you know, and I kept 500 shares just for fun, and obviously it tanked on us. And instead of me just cutting my loss, I kept adding on to it. And intraday, that thing tanked like holy shit. I think it was like 18 to 12 or even more, and I was just like adding onto that trade. At one point, we had like 250,000 shares at least. So luckily it worked out, but it was just such a stupid trade.
That's channeling your inner Soya, right?
And
DJ,
yep.
are you talking about two U's?
Yeah, TWOU.
Yeah, I remember that.
That was stupid. It worked out. I mean, shit. It's still profitable, but yeah, man, the amount of money I
CNET.
added onto that stock, like to save like, you know, I think it was like a 5 to 10K loss. ended up with a drawdown of like I don't even want to know. It was like 2 or 300K, so that was ridiculous. And I keep forgetting like the rules, like in portfolio management, when a stock tanks, the first rule, number one rule, don't touch it for a day. If it continues to tank, we'll worry about that tomorrow.
Okay.
But that one day, don't touch it. And I just did the exact opposite. I mean, we can't worry about when it tanks. I mean, it happens. That's the cost of doing business, right? So when it comes to swing trading, you're always gonna get drawdowns. Like there's no way to avoid it. It's just part of the game. You just want to make sure that you cap your losses, see what you can get out of the trade. Like you guys saw GDX. I mentioned last week that I was gonna get puts on it. And then today, as soon as it pulled back, I was like, all right, it's a good time. Covered it. And look at ES.
Well, good thing you didn't short it, TJ.
Sorry?
Is it good thing you didn't end up shorting it?
Shorting it, I know.
But here
That was
you could.
good.
Below 300, you could try short.
I mean, we're so close to 300, we might actually get that test. I'm in shop, but I was bag holding. Let's see if it's up. Oh, nice. W is up too, guys. So, that works. And also ZM. I don't know why, but my ZM posted in the chat room. It was only on stock Twitter. Can't believe though, I scalped pennies on Nokia. I think it was the fear from that first initial tank that I was like, all right, no, not a good idea.
This looks pretty weak here on SPY.
But it wasn't
What's-
just a fear, right? Oh, go ahead, John.
Oh, I was just gonna ask, but I'll double check. Never mind.
But on the original tank, we didn't know how much the Fed would step in, and also we didn't know what the actual effect would be of the isolation. Yeah, even still, like I I still have no fucking clue what the influence of the Fed really is.
Oh, me either. I don't even know how to like really calculate it at this.
Yeah, so what I thought what might be fueling the rally up is the belief that the Fed is doing more than they actually are. But if you look at the balance sheet, it is actually going up. Have to be by. And then I thought it was like new retail inflows, like people who hadn't been trading before but opened up a new account. But that can't really be it either, because most brokers aren't
It's bulk
accepting
300.
new clients.
Oh, news just came out, guys. World Health Organization says no empirical evidence that previous coronavirus infection protects you from COVID-19.
Oh, that's not.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, it just got posted a minute ago.
Similar to the flu. then, that
GRNQ.
If the virus mutates, you're just screwed anyway.
Well, if it's similar to flu, then there can be no vaccine.
Yep.
That's the thing. Like, if we can't even find a cure for like SARS, right? We had 10 years. That's what the pathologist said too, that this is just going to be a normal thing. It's here to stay. And, we'll have like some sort of way to like not fight it, but antibodies that we can develop. But it's not going to be like what we assume, like a fucking vaccine that's gonna work, because this thing mutates ridiculously. And her words specifically, it was genetically not modified, genetically manipulated. And she works for the CDC at University of BC. So UBC is one of the biggest. It's actually a really good, reputable university. I was planning to go there. Sucks. I was like, I wanted to go to BC.
NK.
I think it's good that I didn't.
Looking back, yeah.
Yeah, looking back, it was a good move. Plus, it cost so much. I was like, it was ridiculous.
Oh well, at least now you think of it as pennies on the dollar, right?
Exactly. Yeah, I actually got accepted to UBC there, but for me, it's like out of province, the cost was just way too high. I wasn't born rich, guys. So, I thought about it too, and I was like, if you take a look at any university and you go through the graduates list, the most graduates are always going to be in business programs. So I'm like, okay, my odds are going to be stacked against me because this is the one program that every university offers. And there's like everyone does business, right? And W, I'm going to take some off. I don't want to attend shareholder meetings.
DJ, don't talk shit about business schools. It is what is providing my current jobs.
But you have to, you know it's true.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
Where would you rather attend? Your business school or United Trade?
or United Traders.
Seriously, we make more money than anyone. I'm happy.
Tuesday.
Yeah, but also like money matters aside. I just like the fact that we're like-minded. There's quite a big diversity in the number of, or in the people that are here. And I always get a good laugh out of you guys. So I enjoy my time here.
Thank you. Try our best to be entertaining to you.
That's what it's all
PT.
for. Entertainment value.
Oh, but realistically, guys, degrees are important.
Well, I think the value in a degree is that it's a Kickstarter. Like you can get somewhere without a degree as well, but usually a degree is just you do it for 3-4 years and then you get somewhere. Like that's the reward, right? But it's not a guarantee, and it doesn't mean that once you get a degree that you're the smartest person in the room either.
Yeah, it just helps you get the interview, but you still have to sell yourself as soon as you get that interview. But it's something that's required, right, in certain fields.
Yeah, absolutely. And also,
HTZ.
like a degree helps you in acquiring a certain skill set that is validated to be useful.
100%. Like the fundamental knowledge, that's not easy for everyone. That's not something you can just pick up a book and like read it. Maybe you could. I don't know. I'm not one of those guys. I had to like attend every single one of my classes to absorb everything. If I missed one day of class, kind of. But it was my own money that I put into it, so I had to make sure that I didn't miss any classes.
Yeah, so for my bachelor's degree, I skipped pretty much all 4 years. Like I never never attended anything. And for the master's program, I was working full time and did the master's on the side. So I couldn't attend every single class, but good enough.
4 years. Whoa, you did your master's?
Yeah, I did.
Damn, congrats.
Wait, I did my master's like in 2016, man.
Damn, all right.
Yeah, they don't allow you to teach at a university if you don't have a master's degree. At least not here. I don't know how it is on
GRNQ.
your side of the pond.
That I don't know.
You don't even
Where'd you
need a
go?
degree here. So if you're a new teacher, then yeah, you would need a master's to teach in a university. But if you're an older teacher, then you don't even need a bachelor's to be a teacher if you became a teacher back.
No, but that's in grade school, not in college, university.
And also, there are different criteria. So we have universities of applied science, right? And I'm not allowed to teach at a university of applied science because they require you to have a master of education, which I don't have. But
Oh, dude, do it. It's easy.
yeah, well, like a full-fledged master of education. It's not the hardest thing in the world, but it's a 2-year master program, which
Yeah, Tan did it. It's not too bad.
yeah, but I'm not gonna do another 2 years. Like at that point, it's better for me to just add 2 years on top of those 2 years and go for a PhD.
It's kind of like how teaching credentials are here in the US, I believe, right?
Yeah, now it is. Before it wasn't. Before, like, teachers just had to have a, bachelor's. That's all. That's all. And before that, back before the 80s, I think you didn't even have to have a bachelor's.
Hmm.
They're the same
Where'd you go?
teachers that are still there, not quitting. Man, the Teachers Pension Board in Canada, in Ontario, owns the New York State Lottery Board. Like they own so much. They are the richest pension board. Oh, actually, I think it was in
NAKD.
what's it called? Billions. In the Billions episode, there's that Teachers Pension Board that came aboard.
Club.
That's actually like what they were trying to kind of showcase was actually the Ontario Teachers Pension Board. Pretty cool.
What a small world.
I know, right? Because we talked about it so much. You guys remember me bringing it up so many times. Like, that's one place I would love to work. Those guys make superior returns. One of the reasons why I bought Alibaba was because they bought Alibaba before it went IPO. Like, they bought pre-IPO pricing, and they bought so much shares. John, I think I remember I was telling you about it too.
Baba?
And
Alibaba?
yeah, like when I bought it,
Guys, one day, teacher's like, "Hey, John, listen, have you ever heard of a company called Alibaba?" I'm like, "No." He's like, "Okay, take your money, okay, take 80% of it and put it in there." I'm like, "All right, man, whatever you said."
That's
Oh,
crazy.
crazy TJ.
Yeah, that was back in the day. Yeah, he told a lot of people that, but I think I was one of the
Holy shit.
first.
That's when the pump and dump started with him.
yeah, pumping up Baba stocks and Apple and Tesla. That's it.
Yeah, he was trying to tell me all, but he's like, "Listen, it's like an online company. It's from China. It's gonna be huge. It's literally huge." I'm like, "That's cool, man."
Yeah, I bought it at
I
IPO.
had no interest, guys. Like back then, I had no interest in markets or so.
And Professor Engo, where'd you go? Your master? Where are you from?
I'm from the Netherlands, and I did my master's at Maastricht
Got it.
University, which is also where I'm teaching currently.
And you didn't have to pay a dime, right?
I paid 2K a year.
Wow, bro. Yeah, my buddy, he
10K.
went to med school. I feel so bad for him now because he's in England and he's doing his residency during this time. But, he paid 2,000 euros in Italy for his, to become a doctor. And I was like, holy shit, that's amazing. Over here, for me, it was like 60,000. In America, that would have been like 170,000.
Exactly.
Yep. This is just by law. It's if you don't have a bachelor's degree, so your first bachelor's degree that you get is 2K a year maximum, and the same goes for your master degree.
I think that's the biggest problem with America is that like the education system is so bad. Like, can you imagine in a place like you have to choose where you live just to put your kids into a better school district. That's just like, think about that logically, how bad that is, right? That shouldn't happen around anywhere in a first world country. That should never happen first, like number one. But that has to happen, and it is pretty like messed up. And then like I traveled a lot. When I talk to Europeans, I think they are the smartest, like hands down. The amount of Europeans that I talk to, that's like within my age group, the amount of stuff that they know about the world is beyond any conversation I could have with majority of Americans. Like, nothing to be like, it's not even trying to be like insulting or anything, but it's
Yes.
actually true. If you walk on the streets and you talk to people, you will actually see that you can hold way better intellectual conversations with most Europeans around like our age group than in America, like hands down. And Canada, I'll put Canada in that bucket too.
Jesus. On which side? On the side of the Europeans or the side of the Americans?
No, Americans. Like, Canada's just a copy of America, pretty much.
MGEN.
Carbon copy.
Yeah, it's America light. Let's.
Yeah, pretty much.
But yeah,
Can
France has a weird system where they allow you to do a master's degree without having a bachelor's, which is kind of strange. And then they're quite hard on philosophy, which then isn't tested throughout the master program.
Wait, how does that even make sense? Wait, do you have to do some kind of like testing for that? Like,
The entry test is quite hard, but part of the entry test is it's mainly like philosophical views that were part of the Renaissance, because obviously that is what France is quite proud of. But to tell you, some of my students, they have 2 master's degree from France, and they aren't that great.
yeah, I mean, you can see their economy. I mean, shit, Paris used to be nice.
Yeah, used to be. I think I go there once every 2 years or so, and you can
NAKD.
if you plot like the quality of life in Paris over time, it's almost like it's a knife. Let's call it that.
Yep. Not a knife catch.
Nope.
Don't mistake it that.
No.
But one thing I like about Paris, oh well, any like French countries, like they actually protest, guys. Like,
Oh, that is
we
true.
just
That's all
take
they're
it.
allowed
We
to do.
take it. They protest everything. So kudos to them for standing up.
Their gas prices went up by 5 cents. It was 35 cents cheaper than in the Netherlands, and they went on strike. Like, I think 10% of the entire working force just quit their job. They went on the streets. Like, the fuck are they doing? And then obviously it's now they're asking for euro bonds because they don't have any money in the treasury. It's like,
Yeah,
how might that happen?
NBR.
probably all those philosophy majors.
Yeah, fuck me, man. The shit that the southern European countries are trying to pull now, they call the northern Europeans out for not being what do you call it? Like, there's no solidarity according to them because obviously our financials are only this poor because of Corona, and now we have to pay up for it. But then obviously they haven't invested in healthcare in the last 15 years.
Yeah, I feel so bad for Germany. Can you imagine? Like, each German is pretty much working for all of Europe. Man, they're still paying for Hitler's mistakes. Like, when you really look at it in a global scale.
Well, it's also ingrained in the culture where even now, like the I think that most of the people who were anybody or had any influence during the Second World War, like they're either over 100 years old by now, or they're dead, right? And still, if
Sint.
you talk to Germans, they feel some kind of guilt over the Second World War, which is very strange.
No, it's because in their school system too, like they bring it up. They actually like literally bring it up and why it was bad, and they talk about all the shit that went wrong, and it kind of puts things into perspective, right? So at a young age, even in the school system, they still bring it up. They still make sure that people remember.
I
And
mean,
I
it's good
think
to remember it, right? But then why attribute this not necessarily blame to the current generation, but why instill people with a feeling of guilt when there's nothing they can do?
I think it's still important just to keep them, level headed. Because I mean, Germans
ASNA.
I've never seen so many people like. To be honest, Germans are like the hardest workers. I used to work at a body shop when it was one of my co-op programs when I was in grade 9, I think, and one of the guys working, well, two of the guys working there, all they do just smoke cigarettes and work. That's it. But man, these guys are beast. They would keep working like crazy. And he had a track car too, so that's how I got into track racing. And man, the dude's car was just meticulous. It was amazing how much work these guys do. And like German engineering, it's amazing. It shows.
And they have good beer. They have bratwurst. Yeah.
Yep.
What an incredible nation.
FKK clubs. What else can you ask for in life?
Oh, you told me about those. Yeah.
Yeah.
MGEN.
I wish Spy would just die already.
I'm just waiting for that 3000 test, which we're going to get soon. And I'm thinking we go on the shorts.
Oh, you're watching ES?
Yeah.
Oh, that's exactly at VWAP as
PT.
well. Yep. Let's see. I'm not gonna adjust any of my positions. Well, no, not gonna do it. I think that's it for me today. I'm gonna make dinner. That's about it.
All right, man. What time is it over there?
It is currently 6:30.
Damn, I eat dinner at like 9.
But why? Like that's when I have my late late night snacks. Well, not late night. It's my mid-evening snacks.
Honestly, just time.
But I think it's also it depends on what you're used to as well, right? So usually when I'm teaching, my classes they run until 6. That means that when I get home, this is usually the time when I start making dinner.
What time do you guys start classes?
Depends. I start usually at 8:30 in the morning, and depending on how many courses and classes I'm teaching, I have like 10-hour days.
Damn, bro, that's rough.
Yeah, but I mean, doesn't bother me too much because it also means that I get extra vacation days, which is nice.
There we go. Yes.
Yeah, you're quite good at this, TJ.
Wish I took more size now. I was like, okay, I'm gonna scale into this one, take 20% for now.
You can still do it, my man. Live a little. YOLO it once every now and then.
All right, Ingo told me to do it. All in.
All in, remortgage the house. Yeah. Well, there you go.
To be honest, like every analyst that I worked with, they did the same thing. Like we were all all levered up. You have to be honest. When you're in a bull market, not right now, guys, but like when you're actually in a bull market, like this kind of uncertainty, like we don't even know how to like predict what's going to happen next, because this is something it's kind of hard to predict. The amount of like the level of uncertainty is just way too high. But once VIX comes down, let's say down to like 22, then I'm going to be looking at just, eating some premium on those long-term holds.
You could even do like 2-year out leaps. But we'll talk about it when VIX gets down to that level.
Yeah, because the volatility is too much. I mean, I sold the January 260 calls on ZM, right? And, like on that tank, made money. And like the opportunity cost of not scaling out of the entire thing, I lost like 14% potential. And so when it's low volatility, guys, man, the market just moves up. That's all it does.
Because even holding like long-term option positions is quite hard right now. Because I feel like you have to take every opportunity you can get to make money. So, for instance, I got in on Tupperware on the first alert, I think, nearly 2 months ago. And currently, I'm not holding anything. Where normally, if this was a normal market environment, I would still have at least half to just ride it all the way. But you never know.
Exactly. And one thing that bothers me too, like on spreads, is the amount of losses that you have to have, for it to work. And the amount of gains, it just disproportionate. Doesn't make me happy seeing, oh yeah, I made this much, but then I had to lose this much to make it. And then looking at the overall P&L, I was like, wow, that was just stupid. It's safer, but I think it's way easier if you just have a long-term portfolio and just sell on your contracts. Way easier.
Yeah, you mean sell against the position that you already have. So covered calls, covered puts. Yeah. I mean, covered puts is kind of like a weird thing. But
right? I do that though. Like if I see the market's bullish and we just went through like a 3-day pullback before, well, now 3-day pullbacks are like every day, but there's those days where it's just like it's hard to get a 3-day pullback on a market. Those kind of environments, yeah.
But I think covered calls are very underrated in most market environments.
Yeah.
KR.
Oh yeah, I was gonna make dinner. Well, see you guys. Have a good
All right,
one.
buddy. Take care.
PRTY.
Bye-bye.
Okay, maybe I get my ad. Actually, I don't even want to short ES if this continues here. See a meltdown, but like we literally bounced on VWAP, so just above it.
TJ, you have a question.
Yep, sorry?
Someone's wondering if you're still shorting ES.
Yes, I am. But right now it's hovering at my entry, so just waiting to see what happens. I don't like how it's supported the VWAP. You really don't want to short above that VWAP level, but taking a look at that retracement, we might get a nice little test. I'm hoping, let's say 2988 would be ideal.
Yeah, the 300 mark looks pretty solid on SPY.
Man, it is crazy. My entire swing trading portfolio, day trading, was negative, and then it recovered. I was like, what? The fluctuations were crazy. So I got a question here. Why do I sell? What do you mean? Sell options? Oh, it just you're working with, data. You're taking advantage of it. And right now in this condition, everything is just high IV. So it's much easier just to, take advantage of it. Now on ZM, for example, you guys know I'm still holding ZM from $110 in my long term. So when I sold the 260 calls, there's no real fear, especially because I have January contracts. But even on the January contract, that's a 50% return, right? And that's amazing for a January contract. That's amazing. And I have low risk in that aspect too. Like if it goes against me, I'll just stop out. So I'll take a 5-15, maybe 5 to 15% loss. If to be honest, I probably wouldn't even go over 5. But the gain side, you have way more that you can capitalize, and you just needed a move like this to happen. So it's much safer, and I still get to keep my long-term holdings. On top of that, on my swing trading portfolio, I traded it just for fun. Oh, not just for fun, but as a day trade, and made another 5%. So there's so many ways that you can actually make money, especially with your long terms. You don't have to, just day trade. And that's one thing that I always try and bring up too. It's you want to do it so you make money, consistently. And you have to set yourself up to succeed, which means, you're going to have to push yourself. You're going to have to, yesterday I was up to 4 o'clock in the morning because A, I was, trading ES, and B, I was managing my positions. Yes, last night I knew exactly what I was going to do. I think I had a conversation with Ingo too about it. Let me just share it.
Club.
So me and Ingo, we both shorted the market on Friday. So yesterday morning we had 4 weeks out. Let me just share it. Just making sure there's nothing personal first.
Jill. USIO. SMRT. ASNA.
So yeah, yesterday we were talking about it, and you can see 2 o'clock in the morning. You know, I was mentioning what I'm doing. Oh, the last thing was thinking of adding to W. So today got that add on W, which I want. Was able to scale some out, and now I'm just holding.
MGEN. NAKD.
Yeah, Anonymous, I'm thinking about doing the same thing. NQ is looking strong. Just gonna stop out. That being said, maybe we should go long. Right. Yeah, I mean, I want to stop out here, but I can take a couple points. I'm gonna just keep watching NQ. If it continues to, hold this support, then I'll just stop out, take a quick loss. I think NQ is looking a little bit weaker, but I don't want to see it over that
Sohab.
93. We got a nice like double top formation, so let's see if that holds. There we go. NQ's tanking.
Soho. PRTY. CNET. GRNQ. NK. ZSAN. ASNA. Jill.
All right, I'm back. I gotta go to store for a bit, so I think I'm gonna. Yeah, you know what? It's lunchtime, so I'll be back in a bit, guys.
All right, take it easy, TJ. Congrats on your big day. Jeez.
Thank you. Today I had to trade a little bit heavier because I was down on my long terms.
The analysis was spot on.
GRNQ.
Thank you. Yeah, honestly, I think I did execution wise, that was perfect.
ASNA. Tuesday. CTRC.
Man, that TTWO dip was perfect.
VVUS.
Yeah, I stopped out on my little scalp, but it's beautiful in my swing. Actually, I'm gonna call it my long-term account. It's good for years.
I don't know about years.
Well, the reason for actually, do you know why I dipped yesterday? I posted an article. Found out why I actually dipped so much. It turns out that
I thought it was just because, coronavirus fears is dissipating.
that's what I thought. But someone actually did some inside digging, and then they found out that there's a lot of money being allocated for 2023 for marketing, and yeah, just nothing short term really. And they're anticipating that that's probably when they're gonna market GTA 6 release. So that'll be years.
Okay, so that's not good. CapEx increase
Wait.
is not good.
No, that wasn't good news. But it's holding for now. That's why I'm just evaluating how things go. It's they still have other games though that aren't.
No, but if they're holding this for long terms, right? You have to think about it in a different aspect. So think about it like this, right? If it's all about long terms, then the company themselves, right? Like, why can't you just pick it up at $1.15 instead? I mean, 115 instead. If this is a good long term, why do you have to stay in the trade when they're going to be spending, exorbitant amount of like capital, right?
Well, that's the thing. They have other revenue sources as well that are amazing, like Red Dead Redemption. I don't know if you've heard of that game, but like when those kind of games come out, everyone buys them. And then they just recently released what do you call it, GTA 5 for free on PC. So they're probably going to get a bunch of revenue on like the in-game currency.
True.
Aren't they donating 5% of their revenue to fight COVID?
I think so too. Yeah. So that's also a good cause, and I think people kind of like those kind of things. They're just a giant company. I think every game they make is just like a cult, like a following. Yeah, I'll be keeping an eye on TTW. That was not good news yesterday, but got really bought up at 125, maintaining 130s again.
Jill.
Thank you, ES. Okay, needed that tank. Man, we are just killing it today. All right, now I can finally go.
Tuesday, Sent. CYAD. MGEN. HTZ. NK. GRNQ. Jill. VVUS. PTN. ASNA. Thwana. Jill. MGEN. Botswana. SMRT. DXLG.
All right, I'm back. GRNQ. BNED. Tuesday. All right, guys. So I'm not gonna be trading much,
ASNA.
but I can take this time to do like a live Q&A. If you guys do have any questions, just post it in the trading chat.
LJPC. SQBG. Pix.
So AT trades, it depends. I want to work as a group environment, but I'm not here to like make calls. That you're never
Oh,
gonna make money
of course,
consistently.
yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you.
But I try to do it on voice chat if I have chance. On StockTwits mostly too, because on StockTwits the thing is that after 5 minutes you can't like delete a post or anything. And to be honest, I like never delete a post unless I make a mistake. But so I want to make sure that all of my best plays are there. So you'll see me, periodically switching between the group and then StockTwits.
Got it. So
Now
so
because of
mainly
the
on
size,
and
right?
stock plates, right?
Yeah, and
That's
because
great.
of the size that I'm trading, I do have to scale in and out, right? So my entries are gonna be like constant. I gotta try and constantly get into plays, constantly get out of play, which makes it really difficult. And I don't like to alert like, exact entries and exits because that's tough. That's not something that I want to do. I'm not here to like manipulate markets and stuff like that. Also, there's sometimes that I have to accumulate. So if you guys keep buying on the ask, it's just gonna cost me way more.
Yeah, that makes sense. And we're not. I wasn't asking for for the reason that people should follow you, but at least we get the idea of what you're looking at and what other people are looking at too. So yeah, like I said, there's the idea is not to copy anyone's trades. There's just the thinking and the idea behind your decision or what you
Yeah,
accomplish.
to be honest, like I do just alert it on voice as much as I can, sometimes on the chat, but it really depends, right? Like there's sometimes that I have an opportunity to do so, then there's sometimes that I can't. Some alerts are just like, okay, yeah, like I gotta get out of my position. So and I don't like just like alerting it after I get out and stuff either.
That makes
And to
sense.
be honest, like I have so many trades. There's so many trades that I took today alone. If I had to like alert every single one I went in and out of, man, that would have taken me the entire day. Right. So I think I'll let you guys know when I see value, when I see something where the risk is low.
Exactly.
Um, yeah, like the good ones. I still have stuff that I still have to manage. I was down on W. Had to add on to it like drastically. Luckily, came back up today, so was able to scale out. I wasn't even planning for it to come out today. I was like, okay, I prepared myself to like bag all this. But yeah, luckily for us, it came out.
ASNA.
CGC
That
is
makes
about to test 20.
Thanks, yeah.
So
Thanks for pointing it out, DJ.
Sorry?
I said that makes
SMRT.
sense. Thanks for pointing that out and just explaining that. Like, what do you usually? Because I think the fastest way is just an idea. Is just to put
USIO.
it on voice. Think.
Yeah, I think it's the most effective too. Like easiest way for me to do it. So Rashid, so you're on YouTube. You're asking my thoughts on Spy. I think Spy is going to come down. The longer it holds this level, the more support it builds, right? So whichever direction it goes, I can always just flip it, right? If I see that this is going to be a support level, I mean, it's a psychological level too, 300s. For me, it's pretty simple. If it stays over it, you go long. If it crashes underneath, you go short.
SQBG. RNWK. Tuesday.
I should check the YouTube stream. Yeah, like Rashid, currently I'm short. I'm taking a little bit of risk. I mean, I made enough today that I can expose myself to a little bit of risk, and I kind of want to see this come down. I mean, the markets are bearish. If you take a look at VIX, it's relatively high. Now, looking at the option pricing too. So I was looking at contracts about next week. Next week, so that'll be the 5th of June contracts. There are a lot of spreads that's going on right now, right? So I think that I'd say buying the 280s, selling the 300s, or vice versa. There's an equal amount of volume on both sides. So someone's running a spread. I forgot the exact details. I just did the research like a couple hours ago. Okay, no, it's 295s on the put side. So someone's, they have the 295s and the 300s. So there's two plays you can take here.
TGI.
If they think it's going to stay under 300, easily you'd sell the 3. Sorry, you'd sell the 295, buy the 3. So let's see what happens. And also, that's a major spike. If you take a look at open interest, same contracts, that's a huge spike. And both sides have like pretty much like, I think it's like 13,000 on each. At the time I was looking at it, I was like, okay. Now, that being said, when you have option prices like that, when you have, oh, by the way, when I was looking at this was back when SPY was at, I'd say around 288-ish, right? So those option contracts, like 13,000, that's not a small amount. That's a huge amount of contracts, right? Now, just think about it this way. At that time, yeah, it might have been the best trade for that guy, right? He's like, yes, it's down from 300, never going to recover. And right now, he's in a good trade. But then when SPY starts moving up, that same individual is probably going to have to close his position, which adds fuel to the fire. And then you see ES like ripping even more, right? Because to be honest, it's the derivative side that moves the indexes. It's a constant battle. NQ's looking really strong over here, guys. So I think I'm just going to close the ES trade, maybe even go long. Oh, that was a good rejection. Short it is then.
GRNQ. RNWK.
It's looking a little bit weaker here. So let's see. On a 15-minute chart too, you can take a look at ES. It's just a doji there. Now, if this closes bad, like if this starts tanking here, looks really good for our short side. And guys, if you have any questions, just tag me. Jay-Z, what are you trading?
BA and Roku, my baby. And beyond today.
Oh, so let's simplify that. That's a really good question. Securing your stops. So I'll be honest, when I get into trades, I really don't care where it goes. I really don't care. That's not up to me. I am not in control of where the trade goes once I get in. What I am in control of is my risk, right? That's something that I can easily cap, right? So for me, it's always risk based. It's the biggest thing. When you take a look at any industry, it's all about risk to reward. How much risk am I exposing
Rave.
myself to? And is it worth it, right? Does the means justify the end, right? Or yeah. Does the ends justify the means? There we go. So in that case,
MGEN.
for me, on ES it was simple. Let's use ES as an example. So I was short at 29.77. And it went against me.
OBLN.
And again, if you take a look at when I got into ES, I was like, hey, I took 20% size. I think it's going to go to 3K. I'll add on to it. So when I add on to a position, I go in, I double down, right? So that makes a bigger difference on your, average. So for me, as soon as it got to like that 301 area, double down on it. So now I'm okay. Now, when that tank happened, that was perfect. That's all I needed to secure my stops. So the reason I do that is then it's a free trade. As long as it doesn't break over highs, which is going to be like the 302 mark for me, 302.25 is where I have a hard stop. As long as it doesn't break that, I'm okay because I now secured my stop. Now, the simplest way to really think about it is just like simplify it. Just let's say you had 100 shares. Your risk is 30 cents. When the trade goes 34 cents in your favor, what do? Exactly. So when you do that, you can just let the trade work for you. Like right now, I don't have to scale out because I already did at this price level. So I'm going to be looking to scale out at the price I never got, which was the 29.92s, and then lower. Right? So by doing this, you're still attempting to do the trade. You've already secured your stop loss. So you're taking a lot of the emotion away. The fear of losing money, it's real. Like when I'm trading size, it doesn't get any easier just because I'm up on the day. It's still my money that's gained or lost, right? So by doing that, you're able to hold on longer, right? So it works out for me, and it really made the biggest difference in my trading psychology and in holding on for bigger moves. And let's say it doesn't happen. It's okay. We make trades every single day. That's our job. There's going to be trades that we miss, and there's going to be trades that we don't do good on, and ones that, maybe we got stopped out too early. But that's just part of, trading. You can't really hold it like against you, being like, I got stopped out, so this strategy doesn't work.
RNWK.
I felt really bad about that guy yesterday that followed his boss's alert. That's a tough one. Realistically, I wouldn't be blaming anyone else
MRSN.
but myself for that. But some people have to really learn it the hard way, unfortunately. I'm one of those people too, by the way. That's why I'm like so strict on myself. Like, I remember all my mistakes that I made. Like, today I made several mistakes by not waking up in time. Like, I could have got out of shop, no fear. I could have just got out, $7 loss. Instead, I had to add twice as much. Actually, no, 3 times as much, just to get my average enough to scale somehow, right? And then those kind of days like really bugs me because it's something that was within my control. Same thing with his trade. He doesn't have to hold it. Never had to chase a stock that's already up so much. From $2 it was like $20, right? No, yeah, it went from like $2 to like $30, right? So trades like those, I try and stay away from it. And if I do trade it, I trade it with small sizes. Yeah, Vivi, I catch up on sleep on the weekends. That's usually when I like sleep in. Oh, so Soya posted this video, and I really
GSIT.
want you guys to watch it. It's actually amazing. I know most of you guys must have heard of him. Now take a look at, his dedication. This guy started in 2008, right? For the first 4 years, this guy outworked everyone. So the way he put it,
GRNQ.
if he just worked 2 hours more, so he wakes up at 4 o'clock, and if he works 2 hours more, what happens for him is that he gets 20 days a year on top of his competition. That's why I work so hard, because there's no way someone's gonna outwork me. Like, I'm literally like eating 1 meal a day just to like be more efficient. And it helps. And it's not just like something that he does on like a day, like, once in a while. No, this guy does it daily. He still does it to this day. So he's conditioned to that process. And so am I. I'm conditioned to this. This isn't hard for me. When I started, yeah, it was tough. But realistically, nothing is really hard. Your body will always adjust. The reason that, Navy SEALs goes through, I forgot what they call it, Hell Week. Same reason. It's like, yeah, you're destroying your body, like mentally, physically, emotionally, you're getting destroyed. But believe me, your body can take way more than what you think. It's possible, and your body will get immune to it. When you really think about it, look at human evolution, how much we took back then. Back then we had to be the strongest and fittest. Now you just got to be the smartest. Yeah, and when you're like, I guess again, just like Sharky mentioned, when you're against the wall, you have no choice. Believe me, you'll do everything to survive. Your flight or flight instinct will kick in. And again, some people aren't made for it, right? But it doesn't mean if you're a fighter, I guess, doesn't mean that you can't become a fighter. And doesn't mean that it has to be in something physical either, right? I hope we get another knife. Oh, so Vivi, for me, I meditate. Like, I have no problem going to sleep. Um, when I am tired, it takes me like as soon as I'm done trading, I spend like an hour de-stressing, and at night, meditation. Now, one of the biggest things that I forgot who said it, but is important to me is like when you're sleeping, your subconscious mind, the last thought that you had. Have you noticed that you guys are going to be dreaming about it? So the last thing you want to do before you get like 5 to 7 or even 8 hours of sleep is make sure that thought is positive. That really does make a huge difference. Because if it's negative, that's all you're going to be thinking about for 7 or 6 or 7 hours while you sleep, right? And then the next day when you wake up, not going to be in the best mentality. Yeah, I can't sleep more than 5 hours. It's really tough. I feel like if I oversleep, I can't get anything done either. But on the weekends, I make an exception. Like I'll sleep till like 11 a.m.
MRSN.
Hey, TJ, I have a question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
So I was wondering, I was looking at those tickers like Zoom and DocuSign, obviously the ones that were doing super good during the coronavirus. Majority of them are taking, decent pullback, healthy pullback. What do you see these as gonna the whole coronavirus is gonna subside? Is gonna what do you see these stocks in the long run?
I think Zoom is overvalued. I think Shopify is overvalued. I think all of them are, to be honest. That's why they fall harder than the market, right? So that's something you want to keep in mind, and that's why you hedge out your risk, right? It's so important to know which ones are overvalued. Now, that's the one thing about fundamentals. It's not just about what is a good price. How do you even price a stock? It's also about like when is it too high, right? Now, that's a skill that is really difficult to attain without any fundamental skills. It's going to be hard, and you always have to remember, like relative valuations aren't done properly by the retail sector. Like they look at sectors and they're like, oh, this is cheap. Why is it cheap? Because it's cheaper than this stock. And it's like that stock is a multi-billion-dollar company, and you're comparing it to a company that's worth like 1 billion, right? It doesn't make sense. There's few things in valuations that you can't really value, like Amazon, for example. You can't value Amazon by just looking at like EV to sales. No, they have like two major hubs, and one of the biggest parts which is like the most profitable is that AWS. So when you're looking at Amazon, I actually had to break up their revenue to kind of see what, and then use a relative valuation on its value based on the sectors that they're involved in, right? So let's take a look at Amazon for a second. Shout out to Soya for posting this picture.
Yeah, my follow up question is, a lot of the, what's the probably top three things that you look at evaluation of a company as far as fundamental speaking?
Everything.
Kind of break it down.
Like, I wish you can break it down to top three things, but everything is important. And some things are way more important to some stocks than it is to others. Like GE, our biggest fear is debt. Like, they have such a big overhead that it doesn't make sense. Their capex is just way too high. If they don't fire like 25% of their workforce, they're just like cutting their own
RNWK.
hands. For something like space, for me, I'm literally only buying it because of the hype factor. It's the same conditions that Tesla has. But is this a stock that I'll put all my money into? Hell no. My Amazon is still my biggest position. It'll never change. Do I think space has everything that it that could actually take it to a stock like Tesla? Yeah, but I'm not so heavily invested in space like I was in Tesla for that one reason. It's because their competition is great. With Bezos coming into the play, that guy has unlimited cash flow. He will make sure that it works, and he is a great leader. He has Wall Street experience. This guy can dominate, and he was built to dominate. He set himself up to succeed, and he took sacrifices that needed to be done. And a leader like that going against him, even though it's social capital. Like, I like Chamath. I respect him to a core. Like, I'd work for him in a heartbeat. I don't even want to get paid, to be honest, just to work for him. I'd do it for free. Branson, not so much. Don't really care about him as much, but those guys have their whole legacy on the line on a project like this. This is huge. This is something that they're like the frontiers. So when you have that much invested, you have to make sure it succeeds. But then Amazon is just a monster, and it dominated in every single way possible. Right? I mean, take a look at what they own right now. It is ridiculous. So because of that, I know that my biggest fear is going to be that, like Amazon. So for me, I'm more selective now. So now I'm not just looking at what's affecting the stock. I'm looking at what is Amazon doing as a competitor, right? What is SpaceX doing? What could be done? Like, SpaceX could easily like pivot into this. They are successful at it. They have rockets that can come back down. I mean, they're actually successful at it, right? Now, as far as like what I look for growth. When you know your metrics, when you know your valuations, the hardest thing to do is forecast. But growth, once you know how to forecast, I mean, it's clear as day. Look for growth. Look for beating down stocks on cheap valuations, and then find out if it has growth. If it doesn't have growth, don't touch it yet. If it does have growth, go in for a long term.
All right, awesome. Thanks for the explanation.
Yeah, no problem. And like Sharky mentioned too, like, you don't want to invest in something with negative EBITDA. You don't want declining revenue. Those aren't stuff that attracts me. I don't like that shit.
CNET.
And EV to sales is one easy metric, right? So as soon as I look at something, I want to see, okay, is this worth it? But it doesn't paint the best picture either, right? It's not a metric that you can just use solely by itself. Yeah, Sharky, what's it called? My econ professor. It was an Indian lady, so she always goes EBITDA, and then my other, at work, everyone's like EBITDA. So you'll see me just switching from one to another. Yeah, I think Sharky, I think it comes down to like, you know, where you studied. Like, your professor was white if they go EBITDA, and if you see EBITDA, they were brown. Not being racist, that's just facts.
GRNQ. ASNA. MRSN.
Oh, by the way, has anyone played that game Crucible? Like the Fortnite thing? Is it any good? I saw the trailer on New World. And one thing about Amazon, man, they are so good at like their capital utilization is amazing. And now that they bought that company for autonomous driving too, can you imagine? Like, just picture it, guys. Amazon deliveries, where you'll have like let's say a delivery truck come to your door, message you to come pick it up, and then boom, no drivers, nothing. Their overhead is going to be so
Tuesday.
cheap. And just imagine, you can do that on an electric car. Like, if they can actually do this, you know how much cost they're going to be cutting? That's going to be crazy. I mean, they already have drones. But drones, I don't think it's realistic. You know how much, like, think about those big packages. Think about how, like, the distance that it can, I guess, like, fly. Think about the battery packs, right?
TRPX.
Jeff, I was thinking about, that too. I don't think, like, robbing packages is going to be like a big deal. I don't know. I've only had like one or two packages taken from my doorstep. But,
HTZ.
for me, it's more, even on the trucks, like I was like, okay, how do you know which package? Maybe they'll have like a door, a compartment that opens and it only has your package in there or something like. Oh man, I think ad backs is like a crime.
GECC. Sent.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What up, Johnny?
Warren Buffett wasn't wrong about it either. CapEx is something you really do have to focus on. And for me, it's a major factor into valuations as well. Right. There's some companies like TTWO, just based on what Jay-Z said. I don't like it anymore. I don't want to buy it when their CapEx is running up, right? Because everyone's going to be stuck on metrics like EV. And EV doesn't matter if, because it doesn't really look at CapEx. And if their CapEx is going to increase, I don't want to own it during that time period. I can own it after, probably at a cheaper price too. Now that also is, it's not that like clear, black and white, right? So there are funds that'll buy it 5 years down the road. So in 5 year time frame, they'll still be buying every single dip. I think 3D printers are cool too. Like one of the projects that I really want to do is build affordable housing, and those 3D printers that can make housing, that's amazing. That would be our ultimate goal. Like me and Tan were talking about it too. We just want the technology to be proven and actually like withstand building like a series of houses and not just like one house. But that's definitely something that we're looking into, because now you can 3D print houses, and for areas that got affected by like tsunamis, droughts, okay, not droughts, but like floods, those could be options where we can create, a housing that takes, it's a lower cost,
MRSN.
and that would be amazing.
So yeah, I'm secretly hoping that the money they're setting aside for advertisements, that they don't need it for GTA 6 since it's so big, that it's gonna be for like some secret new project. They still have a lot of other projects going on though.
See, you're speaking because you love the company, but look at the numbers. What's their profit margin?
At the moment, not doing as well. Not that bad though. They took a hit from Activision for sure.
KMDA.
No, so I want you to do look at the other stocks in that sector, right? Okay, what sets TTWO apart from Activision?
For me, yeah, it would be the bias.
So nothing else.
Primarily the bias.
All right, you know what? Activision's a good one. So the reason that I
GRNQ.
liked TTWO at that time was because of valuation, obviously. So is it? It's still valued lower than
BKTI.
Oh shit! Yes, one second. Got stopped out. So let's see. I should have went long, but yeah, it spiked up too much. I'll wait for a pullback.
ASNA.
Sorry, where were we? All right, so profit margins wise, Activision makes 40%, TTWO makes 22%, and that's EBITDA margins. So think about it this way: a company like Activision, market cap of like 52 billion, versus TTWO with 14 billion. A company like that, look, Activision, I own Activision. Activision is like easy for me. That is a company that I invested in because their margins are just so great. They can withstand anything. Revenue growth wise, Activision's revenue growth is at 12%. And TTWO, negative 8%. Right? So it's a no brainer. You'd go with something like that. Now, when you take a look at profit margins, you can't just compare it against Activision. You got to compare it with other companies too, like EA Games. They're sitting at 34%. So TTWO now is sitting at lower profit margins, right? At a high valuation when you compare like on like a PE ratio basis, and they have negative revenue growth versus the other two.
SMRT.
Also, they're a smaller company. They're supposed to be able to have higher growth than the larger companies, right? And both of the other companies have higher revenue growth metrics. And now what based on their capex, that doesn't make it more attractive. It makes it less appealing.
Interesting. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and remember, the market has like a short-term, memory. So unless you're a fundamental trader, right, they're gonna forget about this. Unless you run models, you're probably gonna forget about those metrics, and it doesn't
MRSN.
even matter in the next few days. That's why I'm still long on something like that. But I find it's way easier if this is your like whole thesis. You're gonna get into gaming stocks, then you don't want to just buy one. You want to kind of buy all of them.
Yeah, I have some ATVI, but just not as much for Call of Duty. That's actually great content, great franchise. Yeah, thanks for explaining that, shed some light. I was kind of focusing on more like what do you call it, EPS year over year, and then looking at institutional earnings.
Yeah, but they own everything. If you take a look at the other stocks, the same institutions that have TTWO also have ATVI and EI. They probably have bigger positions than those two. So then take a look at their asset allocation between those three, and you'll probably see that they're way more confident on the other two. And I don't even know what it is, but I'm like pretty sure that it's probably a much bigger position on the other two.
Yeah, it makes sense. MU spiked
FEIN.
up huge.
Also, speaking of ATVI, take a look at my post over there. Just tagged it on the trading chat.
That's when I started adding a couple of shares. I think you were talking about ATVI around 40s actually.
Yeah, because I actually got stopped out about it. Like I bought it at 40 something, right? Then it got stopped out, and then it ripped, and it sucked because I missed a bit of that move. Wasn't it easy? Like it was just my stops were too tight. It wasn't that the trade doesn't anything. It just I wasn't exposing myself to enough risk when I should have.
That's a good way of thinking of things.
And like if I like hindsight, if I look at it now, like I would never have that entry ever again. Okay, not ever again, but like looking back, that was the best possible entry I could have had.
Sal Rizzo posted this in the chat. MU spiked up huge because of COVID.
Sorry.
Take a look at MU.
PZG.
No, I chose to take ATVI over here. Here I still like we did research on this one before. I made a shit ton of money on that one. But for me, what was important was stability. Like the thing is, I can't put in too much money into something like here anymore because it doesn't have volume like it used to. So for me, it was just not worth the risk, especially when it's a lower stock too. Like any move is going to be huge, and it's going to be like percentage wise a bigger move down or up. So for here, I kind of missed it too, by the way. So when I saw here's earnings, I was like, damn, I missed it. I haven't looked at it today, but let's see what it's sitting at. Yep, missed it.
Tuesday.
By the way, I like the questions you guys are asking.
AHTG. ASNA.
Really want to short it over here. Value area is 3013 on ES, so thinking about it.
Jill. Farm.
Oh, and guys, I have a question for
OTLK.
some people that knows about servers. So I was looking into servers, and there's options for 1 CPU or 2 or 4 or 8. Are those servers the same
GRNQ.
things like computer servers that we use? Like, there's pretty much, it's like a, like 1 CPU means it's just like 1 core, or is it like an actual like multi-core CPU? Speaking of Activision, I should have added onto that. Take a look at that chart.
HTZ.
Took a starter on ES short. Let's see if it works. Think it can go up to like 3014. That's probably where my risk is.
ASNA. SQVG. TZA. TC.
Come on, ES tank. Just wanted to go down a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Come on, ES. Just want to secure my stop. All right, that's perfect. Now it's a free trade. Oh, Vivi, I wish like ES would test VWAP. That would be nice. I was actually just targeting like 306.
GRNQ.
Shit, I gotta close some positions.
HTZ. RTW. RNWK. PBTS.
I really want to see RSI break that 50 level, so let's see if we get that on ES.
ASNA. DXLG.
Sal Rizzo, is that your trading setup?
Kirk.
Man, that's amazing.
Shui. GRNQ.
ES is looking a little bit strong over here, so keep an eye on it. Getting close to my average, so I should be taking some off.
PZG. DMPI.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jay. Look for like a 302.
DXLG.
You still in the Tesla long, TJ?
No, I got out of there. I had to go to the what is it? What do you call it? Like a post office? There we go. I was running out of my e-juice.
EGIF. Kirk.
I mean, that's a good question. So my entries, it depends on the setup, right? So where I think it's gonna go and where my stop is, right? So if my stop is tighter and I made money on the day, I'll go in heavier.
Club.
There's some trades that I know that I'm not gonna get too much of a range, like right now, right? Like the lowest I was expecting on this was probably gonna be like
Echo.
yeah, I was expecting like 3,150
HTZ.
or like 3,004. So the range is gonna be lower. So for stuff like that, you wanna kind of like scalp in and out of. And when the range is lower than that, like it's trading right now, you want to take some more profits out. But on a trade like that, you can also take some bigger size. If your stop is going to be just above break, like the break of high, you can take larger sizes, right, and just stop out. But if my stop loss is further away, then that's a different story. I don't want to take large sizes. And with larger positions too, like I can't just enter a trade. Well, I can really, I could enter a trade like at one time, but I find it's way more easier just to enter it slowly.
MRSN.
And if I'm looking at a range, I don't want to just buy it on the ask, right? So I throw some on the bid side, throw some on the ask, and see where it goes. Usually amount on the sitting on the bid, because when you leave a big bid out, usually like they take you out. So, you know, that's how I usually get into positions and out. It depends on the circumstances too, right? If you don't have time and you just have to hit the bid, it's a different story. Especially on the short side, sometimes you don't have time, so I mark it in. Like on ES, you can mark it in and out, no problem. On equities, not so easy. You can move prices. It's looking good. If we can stay under that
NBFY.
310, looks good. But again, we don't have so much selling pressure. Like, I want to see some selling pressure taking out this, 306 support. If we can get that, that would be good. Also, keep in mind the Bollinger Bands are really tight here, so you're gonna get a moves shortly. So, I'm ready to like reverse it at any
DXLG.
time.
Rave. ASNA. Fran. GRNQ. IMVT. DMPI. MTC. NK. DXLG. NK. Tuesday. GRNQ. IMBI. Pix. Jill. SMRT. NTP. NK. GRNQ. Rave. OBLN. SEAC. MRSN. SFET. MTC. NK. Club. GRNQ. TZA. MRSN. RNWK. HTZ. Jill. AWRE. Soho. NK. MRSN. TGLS. PBPB. MGEN. RNWK. GRNQ. ASNA. NK. ZOM. RCUS. Fran. TZA. Tuesday. Mark. NK. IMVT. ALJJ. LTM. TGLS. KRKR. ASNA. ZFGN. Tuesday. GRNQ. MGEN. DXLG. AREC. MTC. KRKR. Cracks. TZA. MRSN. MGEN. Tchika, ALJJ. ZFGN. USIO. Club. GRNQ. SMRT. Cent. KRKR. ASNA. CNSL. Lazy. TGLS. Rave. GRNQ. KRKR. HTZ. Club. ALJJ. OBLN. TCBI. GRNQ. ASNA. ARGL. Cracks. IMVT. Slab. USIO. HTZ. OSMT. TBI. SMRT. Cent. TCBI. KRKR. PRPL. TPC, GPRO, MSFT, IMMU, ADSK, NK, OSTK, NXSTW, SOXCOM, SFAMWD, SNPS, CSWM, CSCM, AILX, THR, GMER, SBR, AYI, SNOR, TNHR, PACGL, RXNYLGI, BCG, NUA, CRSVGIC, FANG, NVTSWHOLX, RCUS, JCOM, TMUS, AKTS, VRRM, APRN WDAY UAA Nova Gush EKSO TXN DBX OMP BOMNTNX FSCT DRDN VRT Team GH APTRTX YUM RST VNET Hope DSGX PZZA MYL GLMD CHTITUB MMP ULTA TFC GPS WSM QLGN MS Bill TSCHI CNK CDAY EQIX JBHT CDNS EQM O Alt SIG SOGO PLT FOSL SNDX Levi TE Ads XLK Kala LC AOBC SPWR LSCC CRNC VVI BLDP HRTX REVG NBLX Apps KRE Mark Vox PNQR Spot ALLYAXLA BMRN SPTN ZYNE SYK MRSN DOCU CCOI NLY Billy Trox SCPH BRFS Play ETFC REN BLPH DWSH HPQ AMWD PHAS NEX KMX Here MGNX NBIX Text GRNQ ARNA TRTX Domo TGNA, DKNGW, MDB, GME, TRIB, ABEO, CODI, Argo, CELH, NBR, KR, WDAY, HP, NK, HRB, EBR, CIR, FTAI, VIR, BRKB, UltraPay, DPST, O, AVEO, SVC, ADT, IOVA, PLT, VREX, PACE, YMAB, GMDA, IMAB, SNE, ANET, ADSK, BLCM, SPWR, APRN, OLED, Toll, 10, NTNX, HRTX, MYO, IDYA, AXLA, ZYNE, RAND, AQST, YTEN, TWTR, Vox, SPTN, 5, HT, RCUS, ALGN, OPI, PS, INDWLCL, Cs, RGNX, USDB, LINFNVAF, WDCLC, TDC, HTHGL, GGC, CLM, VTA, CDNS, BSDW, PHMA, RES, DSLR, PRDO, JWNFT, MRGS, TAC, TV, PLNA, DARGA, CDXP, NCLH, BPRL, NPTN Moore ANJEO AVTRX ATRCW VCC DDD SYF BKU BXP UNFI ALKS FULT DBD TALO SELB LL COOS UGP SAM MANH QRVK TDCO CRWD TSLA EVBG STX IWM Alt RBS WDAY MODN MRSN EXC HPQ EHTH Agro Fang Ramp Shoe NOC AXGN NBR MGTA QLD ADSK ENBL ARNA BLCM METC WFC KLAC EAF KIN Here AMBA SPCE SMTC PAG IXC CHRS CYRX TRTX BID MAXR TRUP SPHQ LFC CUK CCL CACT FLXN, ALGT, FNGD, LMNL, TMUS, BXRX, ENPH, TTMI, PLT, BOMN, IPHI, KDMN, IMO, HCC, Burl, Lee, AYX, LGND, LPL, Argo, Toll, TWOU, ESEA, NTNX, Vox, DCP, KRG, M, AJRD, Go, Rand, DPST, SHU, Check, Exp, Alt, HRTX, Billy, Golf, CAPR, IOVA, GRNQ, ONEM, IRBO, IRWD, WGO, YJ, HT, CARG, EPRT, ADSK, SVXY, Hero, NBR. APVO. ARNA. STM. ESPO. ATRA, HIBS. ALGT. FLR, CPAA. AGRX. PLT. KBR. TURB. MYL. KC. SPTN. LW. CG. ZUMZ. FNGD, now. V. BPTH.
Yelp.
SPWR. NTNX, USCR, PHAS. SP. SON. WSRP. AVNW. NARI. ECCM. SMTC. LL. IDXG. ROST. BXRX, APTO, Tex, Billy, DVAX, PS, IOVA, CIBR, CJJD, THCX, BRBR, BG, Virl, check, COHR, MET, PSTI, IRCH, SCO, NTNX, Ally, OSW, THMO, AVA, UMASMTC, ADTN, DOOO, PANA, PBF, ESRT, PVTMST. COFJ. Store, GPX. EWG. SEM. ABMD. CVNA. CGEN. NBR. CPRI. SKX. PVG. PLT. AQST, GNK. MESA. COHR. Fun. MRSN. TWOU. TIGR. Alt. HP. Domo. KR. GTN. Val. CAPR. SCO. PTEN. DOYU. HOFT. DBO, BNO. BNKU. USL. CIR. SLNO. SELB. BCO, CU. LMPX. ALI. USO. Store. FOXA. CAG. AMX. FC. CUK. Trill. NNN. BSX, IMTE. WEBL. WRTC. NTNX. ARNA. DSGX. TDG. VIPs. SPWR. BMY. ICD. CRM. UTI. Nova. SRET. RMBL. CSTM. Surf. ARS. VAM. CTRA. AQST. TA. SPY. NLOK. SGH. DRIB. Mark. OSMT. SMTC, CSX. ARCT. Here. LSXMK. DFEN DOYU. MNK. Billy. CCL. CALX. CACC. CSIQ. NTNX. ARNA. CRSP. Vox. SLCA. FLGT. FLXN. AGRX, RAND. IOVA. EBR. COHR. LPL. Allo. CRMT. AKTS. ATRA. PHAS. THMO. WDAY. CRM. GLOG. UCO. ADT. PBR. CUK, Unit. OESX. RCWH. Nail. Eagle. ARCT. Car. AMAG. UEPS. CCL. PAGS. SWAV. WPX. CNHI. ADSK. MYL. VSAT. Blue. USO. VOTS. RGR. KBH. DHI. IMAB. AAXN, AYLNY, ENPH, ATIFS, BA, ALXG, RTSBGM, OSMH, CNGLDR, NCW, CLDR, XLRN, QURE, ZO, SNG, CUTRHL, SERV, SGMLH, SGMS, SGEN, SITE, SKX, CIBRK, SNTNX, SPAR, TCRNC, TDOC, SWCH. EFC. Pixie. Box. Alt. aptx GNW. ASPS. AFMD. TGI. GWPH. ORBC. SPWR. M. XEL. ICRK. SMTC. IOVA. AGRX VIST. BXC. Save. FLXN. ARNA. AWI. KBH. DAL. DHI. KLAC. PAR. ARCT, KRKR. MGF. YOLO. MGM, NCNA. Dov. Ku. KSS. ACLS. LL. Allo. Pen. BPYU. CNP. UA. UAA. USO. Agro. PHM. Vox. Len. PHAS. RDHL. ADSK. NOB. SPWR. UCO. FG. SMTC. FNV. HGV. Luna. SPR. BA. PAGS. MYOK. SKX. HRTX. KBH. CPA. APDN. DSLV. PBYI. IOVA. Alt. CRMD. CAR. ARCT. ADT. HLX. PBR. NTNX. NWSA. KSS. Air. AGRX. Run. HWM. TMF, Allo. PHAS. ZIOP. CDK. BA. SLS. SPR. DAL. LPL, AAL. UAL. FG, Gush. ADSK. Q. Mizo, KBH, CSIQ. CVM, OSW, TGI. Jets. ALK. PLTGO. ARNA. DFEN. Acre. And MGM. METC. LGFA. Alt. NMFC. KDMN. IOVA. Coda. FNKO. ARCT. ATVI. HUD. HIBS. DVN. FLXN. IMAB. IMMU. JWN. UAL. COHR. KB. Text, ORIC, MET. NTNX. CAR. C. Run, FLS, GE. SMTC. TIGR. BA. TGI, all ha. SWK, love. AJRD. PLT. EKSO. MGM. IIVI. LPL. PHM. KFFB. OEC. LSXMK. VFC. PLMR, HSLP. CDNA, Alt. Jets. ARNC. HLX, ATRO. IOVA. Eagle. ESPO. JWN. OUNZ. MAT. SLS. LL. CPB. HL, IYH. AFMT. FNF. NTNX. Love. TPOR. SPCE. FCAU. HZNP. Pixie. DVN. Nail. Arna. TCRR. QLGN. Links. AA. Lit. SGRY. PLT. DHC. HXL. MGM. JDST OMP. Viaca. UCO, MTCH. ARNC. AFI. ATVI. VOTS. SGRA. Here. KRNT. BBVA. PHAS. NTNX. DPST. NUGT. PLMR. ALK. GPS. IOVA. CPRI. Love. HPP. CADE. Alt. LTRPBG. Car. IEP. TCS. PRTK. Acer. APDN. Nail. CAE, TPOR, ADNT, CRSP. UTSL, ADT. SABR. HES. ESTC. BFST. MBT. ALK. Vox. GPX. PK. HXL, GMED, OPRA. ALLYA. JPS. PHAS. XHB. GMRE. OMF. VEC. ATVI. JDST. BRZU, PLT. SEDG. CYCC. NSC, BBBY. OEC. GNLN. ENPH. Mid. SINA. Alt. ARCT DUSL. PH. Nail. PBF. Love. PD, mRNA. CNXM. Play. PAGS. HLX. SLP. SBGI. BBVA. Test. Edit. NTNX. Viaca. AMX. JDST. DHI. SPTN. SMAR. BBC. RGR. Cracks. SAM. LVGO. Senta. AUTL. ATVI. APPN. URTY. DBI. ATRO. ESTC. mRNA. AINV. NBR. CUK. INSE. ARCT HXL. OMI. PLMR. TME. Love. IOVA. ARNC. GAN. LJPC. AMC. Glad. Cracks. MEIP. Ella. CSIQ. ZYNE, OIS. SABR. FLGT. DAL. Rio. SVM. NBR. ACH. NTLA. CRM, VG. CNK. Lit. Vest. DTIL. Dust. PLMR. IOVA. CRSP, FVRR. AIG. LJPC, URTY, ARCT. CUK, Cs. DHC. WD. NTNX. IMV. So. Doug. JNUG. GNLN. NRG. Play. ATVI. MAXR. HXL. SPWR. ALK PRGS. MDBAMAG. LTRX. Miso. Ely. HGV. BMO, SCWX. EBR. AMRS, DBI, WBT, MYL, XLI, NBR, SI, Ping tab, IIVI, ANF, ATRO, CRM, FLGT, FTSI, HRTX, Play, ICHR, NTNX, ATVI, PGNY, RQI, IOVA, VKTX, UHAL, ACH, Love, Yuko, CBAY, ABB, HPP, UBX, CDLX, NUAN, TDG, LJPC X. NXST. SPWR. JDST. KBWB. KRKR. UPWK. Vest.